Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
That's literally not true.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you guys had a fabulous lunch. I know I did. It was a little bit long. I do apologize for that. We don't just have moments before we return to court. Thank you, by the way, Angelique. First in chat this afternoon. Congratulations, Angelique. You are the winner. And as such, you are sentenced to internet ownership. Everything I created worldwide is now your responsibility. So that's good because I'm trying to... I'm not sure if I can show you this yet. I'm trying to set up my camera outside to film traffic and police and things. I just can't get it to work right. So far... See if I can show you this nice safe image here with no neighbors in it. So far you just have this. You just have the trees, and the iris is just way too hot. Some cars going by there. It won't let me. Let's see. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's not letting me control the iris or the shutter, which I need to do both of. All right. Anyway. To my desk a little bit. I've added more buttons, not in the original count. One more device. This is the pan tilt zoom controller for the camera that's outside, so I can aim and zoom and everything else. This is one of the things we use when we are going to be going to court. Oh, look at that. Samantha says Angelique gifted 5 memberships after winning the internet. I think that's just like bragging. It's like, no, just kidding. Angelique, thank you so much. That is super generous. Angelique, there you are. Gifted 5 memberships. Let me put it on screen as well. I appreciate that, Angelique. That is quite thoughtful of you. And we will thank you appropriately right now and recognize you on screen. All right. As we return to court this afternoon, this afternoon, I feel so much better. I just needed food. That's what I needed. It was I needed sustenance. All right. Someone's off to a great start with their internet responsibilities. Yes, doing phenomenally well. Angelique, you're going to do great. Thanks for all the likes on the screen. You guys are super generous already as well. I think that's a preemptive like. I haven't really done much to be liked yet, but I appreciate your faith in me going forward.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Sinbad says, I won the internet in Josh's live stream last night, but he didn't mention it. Yeah, it's sort of a thing we do here. Not so much. It has not started yet, Jenna. It's going to start at 1:15. That's when they're told to come back, and they might be a few minutes late. As soon as it does start, I will bring that to you. I will tell you that during the break, I wasn't just playing and eating. We did
Happy
also.
Birthday. You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Appreciate that. It's not my birthday though. We did also capture for you a fun little hearing. Well, fun for one person, not for the defendant. A hearing of a lawyer who is very sad about getting a ticket, and this is a relatively minor traffic ticket. There's a lot of tears in court, but she represents herself in court, questions the police officer. It's pretty good that way. We will watch that when we have time. If there is a break, if they do end early, it's about 20 minutes long. So we'll go there when that's appropriate. There I am.
You want me to give that admonition before you...
One stand, please.
Before I play it, yes.
Anyway, so we have that saved up. It's pretty interesting. I find it entertaining, the arguments you made. Watching a lawyer represent themselves in traffic court. and I think doing so poorly was an interesting display.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, we had just talked about the photos of the items that you took pictures of at the residence where you located Miss Boswell. After you met and talked with her there, what did you do next as part of your investigation?
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he would maybe be staying, and so Detective Faraz and I proceeded to go to the home of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
More.
And who was present there at the Sheriff's Office when you spoke to Miss Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Faraz.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Faraz?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Miss Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right. And if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said here in the video. Does everybody understand that?
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby. But I don't know where she's at since she's had her last. He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas. He has seen her. I promise you, yeah. And he went back where the
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put on a camera or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago. It was around January.
Well, he went back. Let me go back. January the 1st.
The captions are not evidence.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't. Like, what do you do when the child's missing?
And you told us you were going to meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about?
I was going to try to contact him and get him to meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I, went to go see her was.
How was you going to contact him? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was going to try to message him from Hunter stuff. Get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December.
And then he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and because of the grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop that one off of Ethan? That you're saying that this happened?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's?
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long have you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you going to put on an ambulance or anything, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan whenever you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even like pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk in
the driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now, as far as?
What do you mean?
Are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I delete him off on his phone. I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responding. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was just wondering if she's still living in West Cartersville?
She's not there right now. They don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
Let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know, because, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one.
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like as far as I knew, any time that like they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step-grandfather, and he would like all the time ask me about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
How come?
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here, or he went to the Army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her? Or?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital to find out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know.
Whoa. Broken arm?
I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she was like falling, bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised, I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree with that, but I mean, I just can't.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they...
Well, yeah, but I mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, Mom would call and say that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that, like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby, ever. And I wouldn't, you know, because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something, like. And like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with that, I feel like you should spank your kids, but I'm not one of those people.
She volunteers this information. They didn't ask about that.
No, when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some for baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only like bottles I had for her was just like one sippy cup. And it wasn't even like a sippy cup, it was like one of the kids' like new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just like go buy like little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I had baby stuff at like a mommy's and stuff like that, my grandma's. And my car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were going to use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take the Lexus to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we going to meet down there since Ethan?
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really does not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Then, like, when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
I'm going to keep your chat off the
March
screen so you can see
19th, right?
the text.
They say, I think, yeah, the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I have custody of her, and I said you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you won't have custody, we're going to go to court and it's going to be set up like the right way. So I'm not just going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did he get mad about that? So when
It was like the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
Whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party at?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
You and Hunter went to a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
It's fine. Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It was in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
At Clint's?
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
I think she is in custody at this point, right?
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on, and I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
This is her panicking on the inside?
That was Michelle. She's on her way down to get the call started.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me. And there was my supervisor. They're on their way from Kingsport.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport? Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Lumberville, though? You thought he was living in Lumberville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Blumpville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard. It's in between.
Not sure. Questions?
So what do you all do when Amber looks out? Like, what's the process after
Well,
that?
we're going to have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's got to be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her. You don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter? Do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well,
I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another?
No.
I was just asking because some people, you know, are like that.
No, he's not like that.
You know, maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that it wasn't his baby. We used to have thoughts like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test, I know this child's yours.
Spoiler alert, it wasn't.
Ethan and I used to get into it. He used to like threaten to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
It's not a bad person, but I gave him the baby and don't know where it is now, and you make the call.
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, as an investigator at DCS, continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
All right. Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Okay. Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No. No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through? Which court?
That was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
Okay. And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn have for you.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was, interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Sounds right, yeah.
Okay. Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under subpoena?
I don't think we need a judge.
Mr. Lewis? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You are released from your subpoena. You can go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Saltz.
Last name?
Saltz, S-A-U-L-T-S.
S-A-U-L-T-S, Saltz. Sounds like DCS was involved late, but did what they should right away.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Saltz.
You solemnly swear from testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Saltz, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you to maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. We'd ask the court to acknowledge that. Just identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking it kind of in the past tense. It's now closed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, they would come into the front office to the window and check in, and then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like, how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from, say, 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same for 9 to 12 months, it would be just one visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before.
Okay.
And we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I'm going to reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards out?
We did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Your Honor, approach.
Objection number 7. We're getting to the topic of missed pediatric appointments. So this witness knew Megan personally, as well as through the medical office, pediatric office. Bless you, whoever that was.
Subject to
Okay. We're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt.
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she'd been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to, though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection. I think we're getting far afield here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told.
I think this will be allowed, unless the judge has limited how far you can go into this topic, but I don't know why they would. It's hearsay.
Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit.
Judge sustained.
Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document, see if you can identify it. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct. Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
Roberta, that's a model space shuttle the judge has on his desk.
Okay. What is it?
The reminder card?
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
It's the appointment reminder card for the office visit, the scheduled appointment for Evelyn.
Okay. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did.
Okay.
Where she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger, mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first time?
No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Okay. Pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
The full exhibit 64.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Looks like we get to see this one.
Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. 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 So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
Okay. And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay, so that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. So that's to be that collective exhibit number 65.
Full exhibit 65. Yes, sir.
Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry?
December 6th, 2019.
And what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay, and what did you ask her?
Where she was working.
And what did Megan Boswell say?
The chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Okay. Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from 4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean, too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine, that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh, wait,
was that on the slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes.
And what does she say to you?
For her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'm going to pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th. of 2019.
Okay, and is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
No objection. For exhibit 66. What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He's got one job. It's an important job.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. Okay. So you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Okay. Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said...
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
No.
Okay. So then what did you say?
I said, I need to know, Dr. Pugh is asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I told her no, it's okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, etc.
Yes.
of a child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it would have been just a little bit after she turned 1, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy, so she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Okay. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn. It's okay.
In the video, Megan said that Ethan made her walk up the driveway.
Assaults, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Miss Masson could ask you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Are you ready?
No, Your Honor.
Can she be released from stand?
Defense?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
All right. Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today. And you can be released from your stand after the day.
Thank you.
Today was called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
There's the doctor. Following a logical procession through this investigation, one witness builds on the next. Makes it easy for the jury to follow. They are allowed to take notes, but they are not allowed to ask questions in this trial, which is sad. Had a little bit of pulled pork and a sandwich.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
Okay. So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay. And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got some antibiotics for a couple of days, but she went home in 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a SIG visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was her last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well.
Okay.
She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing
would?
well, and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay, so meeting normal milestones, nothing that
Yes.
would, as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th of 2019?
That probably would have been her 12. It should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that. But she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see a child regularly during the early parts of her life, correct?
Yes,
okay.
we haven't.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change. So you don't always know as the doctor. You may not know why they don't show up. But all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a SIG visit.
So the last time your office saw her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients there?
When I sold my practice to when they made the charge of maintaining with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please.
It sort of bugs me that the bailiff has his earpiece in wrong. It's supposed to go up and over his ear. That's how they're designed. He just has it stuck in his ear and sort of poking out. Which is sort of funny.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my understanding?
Not the first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access, when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So, fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Right, yes.
That's all the questions I have to.
Reader,
No, Your Honor.
is she free to go?
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena and you're free to go. Dr. Nick?
State call Paul Miller.
I half expect him to make a hair fort like Letitia Stout did on Hyde.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Paul Miller.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right there. Speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you growing up?
He did from birth to he was about 11.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
She was dating Ethan.
We've got an issue from court. Let's check and see if we can get feedback. All the feed stopped. Let's see. Yeah, everything dropped. Give it a second to reset. It's not on my end. Everything's working here. My internet's up, so it's going to be something happened up in Tennessee, or somebody kicked a cable or something. Who's got the internet today? Whose job is it? It's not your iPad. It's still working. Interesting, the relations that are coming in. Oops. Get the feeds down. I was checking a bunch of different places. One of them's playing music now. We don't want that. We lost the feed from the main camera. That's what happened. Glad I don't have the internet today. Yeah. Well, now's a good time as any to answer the question for you. Let's see. Let's go back up here. Susan Fernandez, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much. I explained the answer to Recovery Addict in depth in an interview that's going to go live on Monday with Courtroom Confidential. But the short version of the story is I love metal detecting, and Recovery Addict, I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. That's the short version. Also, there's another part, and that is I personally have a history and addiction to computer gaming, and so the Recovery Addict there, I'm a recovering addict from computer game addiction, and we support people who are seeking sobriety from whatever their addiction is here on the channel. Okay, we're starting to get a feedback. Give us just a second.
All right. Did you ever get to meet Evelyn and Megan?
I did. Shortly before Halloween in 2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her. And so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay, so something that was important to you. You could see your granddaughter, right?
It was great granddaughter.
Right,
yeah.
Great granddaughter. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. All right. And you said this was late October 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time that year?
Not before that. I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her, and so I'd set that up with her, and then I found out Ethan was in also, and anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did. They came. They came at the same time in the same car.
All right. And so they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Okay. Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
she told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
Okay. All right. So did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
Okay. You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
Okay. After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you'd given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, please send me a video of her opening her gift. And she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
Okay. But you never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
Okay. You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
And that y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
And that she loved the child?
It did.
And that she was enjoying time spending with that child? Spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her?
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, that's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than up until December then, you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for?
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
Can he be released?
He can't do it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
We approached it.
We'll take 15.
One stand, please.
Seems a little early for the, I don't know. It's not that bad. It's an early afternoon break. Maybe your jurors are nodding off after a heavy lunch or something.
You may be seated, thank you.
Good recess 15 minutes.
Stand to recess.
All right. While they go to recess for 15 minutes, it'll take us to about 45 after. Interesting testimony here. The pediatrician said there was no indication that there was any abuse, and that is important because the pediatrician, to maintain their license, they're a mandatory reporter. So if they see something that would be a sign of abuse, they have to report it. How does that help? Well, it shows that if there was abuse, it wasn't physically apparent on Evelyn for those 2, 4, 6, and 9 month well baby checks. It doesn't mean there wasn't any. It just means that it didn't show up. I'm concerned about what we've heard in the recording, especially when we heard reference to a broken arm or possibly broken arm. I'm worried. I'm worried what the ME might find beyond the cause of death. So that's going to be tough. Hard to hear the grandparents gave gifts to Megan for Evelyn, and Evelyn was supposedly sick, and with the other grandparents, of course, she wasn't. And Megan accepted the gifts, and even with the promise to video them so that they could see her opening the gifts, and they checked up to see, hey, did she like the gifts? Oh yeah, she likes them. No, there were no pictures, no video, because there couldn't be. She was already gone. Oh. It's Lizzie. I think it's starting to develop that may be the case. That when she met Hunter, something either changed in her or he changed something in her. I think the state has cleared Hunter of sort of everything in this investigation. That this was all on her, and I don't know why, but something happened. Something happened. It may have started as an accident. I mean, I'm trying to run scenarios in my head, trying to imagine that it's not as terrible as what it seems to be developing towards. But we're going to find out here. A lot of you mentioned the different vibes you're getting. Letitia Stauch, Susan Smith, Casey Anthony. We are seeing some familiar behaviors and patterns, especially when it comes to lying and telling different stories to cover things. Even almost the same type of lies, like the same set of lies. As more and more people start asking questions, the lies sort of have to morph and change and mold to fit the situation as more and more people become concerned. Did they say when they found out that Ethan wasn't father? I haven't heard when, Carter. All we did was find out early on in this case, I think during openings, that she held out, at least to Ethan, that Ethan thought he was the father, or she told Ethan that he was the father, but it turns out that he was not. So I don't know exactly what's up there. Constant lies. This is really going to count against her. Aviva, thank you very much. That's a beautiful thought there. I know I just barged in on your conversation with Babs, but thank you for sharing that. Megan has never said who the biological dad is, has she? I don't know if it's been publicly released. They might know. I'm sure there were DNA tests done that they might figure out. I don't know who the father was. They may tell us. I don't know. It may be out there. I personally don't know. Chris, I agree. This case, this story has repeated itself too many times. Sadly, one of our own mods just reached out to me and to share a breaking news not far from her home and in her state, where it appears that a mom just ended her own life after ending the life of her kids, and it happens way too much. Misconduct, I agree. The lying, the behavior we saw, especially in the video, the interrogation video, and I think the interrogation video we played first this morning happened second as far as the order that everything went down. So we have the DCS. We checked in with Ethan. He doesn't have the baby. Where is she? First that one, and then we had the other one because that she was not in custody during the DCS interview. Sorry, I'm watching to see if these guys hit my pole out here. Yeah, never mind. They didn't hit my pole. I had to watch a big semi truck going around the corner. Yeah. Amber, I wasn't gonna put your story out there if you didn't want to, for what something happened up in your state, about 20 miles from you. But it's breaking news. I mean, the story is literally just breaking in Virginia in that case as well. There will be no trial in that one, as with many of those cases. The offender eliminates themselves, which thus negates the need for a trial. Can we see the kitty from the outside? The kitty cam. The kitty's not out there, and I've got to adjust a setting on the camera that currently won't let me adjust the brightness. So right now it's just like way bright. So I've got to fix something. Oh, Jill, man, my heart goes out to you. That's a tough field. Glad someone's able to do it. Yeah. I think, the mental health, they're just plain wicked. I think that's going to become apparent if the state starts proving the premeditation. A lot of times with mental health, it can be a snap and a set of irrational actions, or a sudden moment of change. If there is a period of premeditation, and sometimes that can even be demonstrated in some states. The law allows you to demonstrate that with the after the fact events, which might be the case here. That would seem more intentional and veer away from the mental illness situation. Cat toes. I think I'd be surprised if every state doesn't have some version of this. The safe haven, they have some different laws. A lot of the states have a law in the books that's named after a terribly sad situation where a mother was overwhelmed with motherhood and made a terrible choice that ended up costing the infant their life. A lot of places, a lot of hospitals, a lot of fire departments are configured to 24/7. That if you as a young mother, for whatever reason, cannot and just don't see a way forward being a parent, you can literally go and surrender your baby, and it's like a no questions thing. It's the whole purpose, the goal of that is that the child's safety comes first. Obviously, we want to get help for the mother, but the child's safety is first, and get the child in a loving environment that will care for whatever needs they have, and sometimes they can be complicated, but it's neat to see that exists. Hospitals allow it. A lot of fire departments are configured that way. Basically, the places that are, for lack of a better word, a drop point for an infant, a child that's not able to be cared for by the parent, are generally set up for emergency treatment themselves. So if there is a child in distress, if there are health problems, I think something that needs immediate care, they can usually be, at least the treatment can begin right there. It's not like there's a a special, crib box down by the library where you can just drop the baby in. It's at a place that's manned 24/7, and the infant that gets dropped off would immediately get care. Oh. I think the baby has to be under 3 months old. I know they don't take 16-year-olds. I don't know what the cutoff is. That was supposed to be a joke. I don't know what the cutoff for age is. Obviously, there's a point where, there are different facilities and agencies that would be involved. Court on break? Yes, they are. They've got just a short break. We can bring bring you back and show you, but just a quick break happening right now. I wanted to hear if the boyfriend knew about Evelyn or if she was kept a secret from him. If he knew, didn't he question where she was? Script Goddess, I think you're talking about Hunter, not Ethan, right? And you didn't mention either one, but Ethan was the one that supposedly was the dad, who turned out to not be the dad. He's also the one that went off to the military down to Georgia or wherever, Louisiana. I forget what state he was in, but... Is that the judge out of his robes there? Is that what we just saw? Hunter's statement to police, at least what we heard from the police interview with Megan, he had said he never met Evelyn. That Evelyn was already out of the picture for one reason or another. I don't know why. So we might hear from Hunter in this case. I'd be surprised if we don't. Judge is just chilling. Judge doing courtroom yoga. I don't know. I think it must be warm in there. I don't see a lot of people bundled up, but must be warm. Who is the judge who aggressively took off his robe on camera? Wasn't that in the burn pile murder? Wasn't that a recent one? It was Melody Ferris. I think that's what happened. That judge, we got word through somebody who would know that the judge sort of outed us because we were counting how many times he said and the judicial pauses, we were counting those in the court, and he called us out in court and sort of chuckled at that and said, "Yeah, there are people that watch. It's funny. I don't know why they watch these trials. I mean, who would want to watch court?" Sort of thing was his approach. But there's even a channel out there that's counting how many times I say and so I felt a little bit bad about that. But we got word through a relative of the judge that he thought it was really funny. So that was good. I did like his shirt. I did. Okay. George Kelly's trial? That's the judge that walked out. Like defense wanted to make a proffer, or for the record, they wanted to get something read into the record, and the judge is like, "You can do it, but I'm out of here." Court reporter's going to stay, and he got up and walked out. It's crazy. I think we're coming back here. Well, at least the judge is back. We are a minute or two past the time he said he'd be back. The encounter was fun. I've toned it down. We're doing things that I've realized. We counted sorries with Shannon in the Crumbly case. Miss Crumbly's lawyer. We also found out through that one that Shannon thought that was funny. We almost got an interview with Shannon. The reason we couldn't was because of the gag order and the ongoing issues in the case. We couldn't make that happen. But I almost interviewed Shannon, who is an interesting lawyer. A lot of people love to hate her because of the types of clients she represents, like her specialty. And I took a lot of flack for suggesting that I might be open to interviewing her, but I was one of the few that love Shannon. I say sorry a lot. Apparently there's a TikTok channel out there that is counting how many times I say sorry. She did also call us out. We've been called out by a couple. That's why I've switched to the objection counter. It's not my goal to get called out in court. Actually, it makes me incredibly nervous and worried. That's not my intent. I do think it helps me stay focused and to get an idea for how fast court is progressing when we're counting something that occurs regularly in court. Sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's more procedural, like we have here. But it's if the objection counter on one day was suddenly suddenly jumped 40 or 50 counts, that would indicate to me that the topic we're in is something that's heavily debated between the two sides. That there's something the defense really wants to get in, or the state or the state really wants to keep out, or something like that. So. It's 70 degrees in Tennessee. That is comfy. That's like open the windows. 2 nights ago, we opened the window in our bedroom. I just left it open. It's the beginning of February, and we had the window open in North Carolina, and it was cool. But there was no wind. It wasn't like blowing ice cold air into the house. But it was beautiful to have the window open again. Maybe we might do it again here soon. Psychosaurus Rex. It's she defends a lot of people that are accused of some pretty heinous things, and that's sort of like her specialty in law. And that is difficult for a lot of people to say. How could you defend somebody so monstrous? Such a monstrosity or such a heinous crime. I think I didn't want that approach to the interview. I wanted to see a wider view. There's the defendant. Her hair has grown a lot since she was arrested. I'm not sure if she's cut it since she's been arrested. At least not significantly. Cheryl, you keep bringing it up. No, I am. Court is taking all my time, and now we're working Saturdays too. I can never work on the bathroom. Make me feel bad. Horsefeather, I'm in the Greenville, North Carolina area, which is eastern North Carolina, about an hour and a half from the ocean, depending on which way you drive. Stacy and Colin, welcome. Hello, fellow North Carolinian neighbor. Apparently, I live within a couple miles of Mr. Beast, who is based right here in Greenville as well. I have never seen him, not in my life. My kids have been in some of his videos, but I've never seen Mr. Beast. He's the world's biggest YouTuber. Drama Llama, secretly I enjoy the fact that I don't have to do the remodel because I'm working. Greenville, South Carolina is much bigger than Greenville, North Carolina. Sunset Beach. My favorite beach is Indian Beach. It's about an hour and 45 from me. I like it because it has public parking that's free. There's trees over most of the parking, so it's shaded. The restrooms are really nice. It's easy access to the beach, and the sand is great. And it's a secret. Don't tell anybody about it. We don't want everyone to know. Sugar baby, hello. Hello to Nigeria. Welcome. Not sure what that was. I've never even stopped my car in Georgia. I drove straight through without stopping. Both times I've been in that state. You scared me. It was the road rage trial. I can't remember her name. The girl that got in a road rage incident and ended up shooting the guy. I got scared of your state from that one. And Judge Manning. Yes. Hannah Payne. Thank you, Abby.
State ready to proceed.
State is ready, Judge.
State's ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Adjourned. You want to get your next witness on the start on the way?
Stephen Lawrence.
Stephen Lawrence is the next witness. Fun fact, those judges' robes. Those judges' robes can be thousands of dollars. They're incredible. A cheap set is like $500. It costs more than a well-tailored suit. They're often custom built for the judges. They maybe have a couple of them. I thought about getting one as a sort of a, I've got a gavel and things like that here at the court. I thought about getting the robe until I saw the price. Nope. I'll just buy a cheap graduation one.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
I'm not aware of any groups right now that are helping. There's a lot of major road work going on.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
Okay. And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I had mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her, so she had come by to see the building.
All right. Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, who was that, Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you the father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit, yes. Okay. I believe that was about the time frame, yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was in. She was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. And so you picked her up. You brought her up here. You said up to the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off, and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit, and I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Miss Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would, answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
We have just a minute, Judge.
Yeah.
Judge, we don't have any questions.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. You're released from the opinion.
State we call Audrey Gibbs.
Moving through the witnesses quite quickly there. Nothing the defense needed to cross-examine on. It's with each witness, it just shows how many people around Megan were concerned for Evelyn and wanted and tried to help, and that just it means this was so preventable, and she had so many options of people that she could lean on if she was in over her head.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Okay. Here in Blumville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we? How frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019 we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that right? How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just know, yeah.
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
Very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Good mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, you know, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family-friendly things. You know, one time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did, with my other best friend, Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Okay. Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
Okay. You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah. That would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn. Because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, you know, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, you know, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes, and then she just kept saying over and over to me like, I love you, and just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, you know, eventually I had to say like, I love you too, but I mean, I was trying to tell a story.
Okay. So that was not her normal behavior?
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact?
No, normally, you know, we'd have just like a regular old conversation, back and forth.
Okay. Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, you know, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
after her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. And who is Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer, my questions if I asked about Evelyn. She would just say, she's good, but, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So,
yes.
Do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
It's going to be the Instagram communications.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68.
You guilty?
No, sir.
Instagram.
It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury.
Let's zoom in on it. There we go.
All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay, and the tagline there, Maggie_Wood23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left, yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYD. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yeah, so that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used...
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWDU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting?
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right.
Very fresh.
They approach. I couldn't hear. I can hear some whispering in the background, but I can't tell if it's the judge or the attorneys.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
All right. Was that a conversation that you all had back on January the 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes,
All right.
and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. And ask to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is, as we look at on the left part of the screen, you're on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay. Yeah. I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
Gotcha. All right. Did you continue to have communication with Miss Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could, because I was like, a new time mom for the first time, and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times, and then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out, and I was like, how are you? This is pretty intense. Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that and went to...
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Okay.
No questions.
No
Ms. Gibbs,
questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Your relationship between the man was pretty good.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
I think, Laurie, I think that the two did not live. She said she was in Kingsport or Knoxville or something. So they were ways away from each other, not seeing each other on a regular basis. That was just a text message, which may have been false about the pregnancy.
Raise your right hand now. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Hi, Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Boswell, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Alston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made in elementary school.
Okay, so would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019 prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Misconduct. Some areas baby showers are quite common. Usually it's with the first baby a woman has. Friends and family get together and give gifts and advice and hang out and support support the expecting mother. A lot of times it's useful for a mother that doesn't have all the things they'll need as a baby. Can we approach again? It can be with every baby. We've got friends that have a baby shower for every baby. I've never been invited to one, but I think it's like just for girls and women. Just for females, I think I should say. 0 invites ever. I guess it wouldn't be fun at a baby shower. Nor do I have any good advice. So. I get in trouble when I say girls. Greeners. A virtual baby shower. Ashley, that's awesome. Is it a costume thing? I didn't think it was costume. I'd be the only one that shows up in a costume is what would happen. We need to live stream Ashley's virtual baby shower. You guys are great. Thanks for the lightheartedness, helping us get through this heavy trial. I appreciate you. Lots of sidebars. The judge previously has been frustrated at some of the issues that have come up in court, knowing that we have a sequestered jury. It's not just the time in court. They could have been home now. They can't go home till the case is over. They're stuck in the hotel, away from their jobs, away from their families, They can't communicate worth anything, and these long delays to fight over issues that could have been sorted out before the trial began. I think if we have more of them, the judge will show his angry voice.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
We went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay.
14-hour days at the Chicken Shack. Got the was it the B-52s? Did they sing Love Shack? Who sang Love Shack? That's the song in my head every time I hear Chicken Shack. At the Love Shack. You're welcome for the earworm. Folks lining up outside just to get down. Everybody's singing in chat now. You are welcome. We might have to sing that tomorrow instead of Happy Birthday.
Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Court ends a little early today. We're going to watch a palate cleanser. Little hearing that happened today that I've got saved up for you.
Yeah, I do recognize that.
You do recognize that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th.
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th of 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit, number 69.
before we did the 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
I'm sorry. What's 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that a blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say, that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay.
After they closed? Hunter T owns the Chicken Shack. That was the boyfriend that Megan went to immediately after Evelyn was out of her life.
Is that better?
Or right about that exact time.
Okay. I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m., and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him, and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response, or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we'd go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I felt kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay, is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10, and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's gonna get there. Is that bad?
Okay. And then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like, not even an, oh, I like him, content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation is still continuing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now, is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay, and you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like, I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him.
Okay, last one for this. Actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you?
Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care, though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to go. I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
The objection? Before we put the 71.
Thank you. Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Okay. Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay, so just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
The Hunter T's Chicken Shack is obviously closed now permanently. Trying to find what the hours were. One website shows that it was from 7 to 2, but that doesn't make sense. Closed down 3 years ago. Who eats chicken at 7 a.m.? Well, if it's fridge chicken. They were selling biscuits and gravy. They had a breakfast lineup. Biscuits and gravy, $2.19 or something like that. It was a good price, I guess. Chicken and waffles. Look at the menu. Got rave reviews, so they great flavor. Best they ever had. Let's see. It looks like from a picture inside the store, the menu showed the hours as 10 to 7. 10 to 7. The picture looks like it was taken around Christmas time. The employees are wearing Santa Claus hats. Yes, defense gets to review all the exhibits prior to being admitted. That way, if there's an objection, they can raise it before they're shown to the jury.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can.
If she was there from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m., I think it was less about the chicken and more about the shacking.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit so we can all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan?
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019.
Okay.
At 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
It's on Exhibit 72.
I can't talk. I'm in timeout.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay?
Okay, guys. I shouldn't have opened the floodgates.
So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Let's focus on the trial again.
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay, and how did she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you, and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff, and then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see, move it down a little. Okay. And what does she, there we go. What does she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
Okay.
Left with him twice to go do business stuff.
The same conversation's continuing at 3:43. Is that right? On December 7th. And let me get it. Okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, and what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, and what does she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day?
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text. 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We're about to leave the Bojangles in Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I mean, I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Okay. Still on December 7th, I'm going to probably zoom this one in too, just in case there's jurors who can't see it in their monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm here. Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer verbally.
I'm sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond with a question mark to her. And what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
It's not a lightsaber on the far right hand side of the
So
screen.
your
That's the
understanding
laser
at this
pointer.
point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
Yeah.
Objection
To
with
your
speculation.
knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point? Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together, and when I say no, they don't bell. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then, and I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is? I don't care?
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay, so same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay. Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, on what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say not with Hunter, and then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay.
Misconduct, is it your birthday today and you forgot? Did you forget your birthday? No? Okay. So we can stop the... I'll cancel the cake order then. Sorry, it's not today.
I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
Not sure why they break these apart unless they might be sorted by time. I haven't been following the timestamp here. But all this testimony, each
I do recognize it.
Okay,
friend,
what is it?
Each
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
Each one of these interactions, each one of these text exchanges fills in one more dot on the timeline as we're trying to figure out what happened when Evelyn went missing, who was the last to see her. We're filling in these dots one at a time, and that's how we're going to determine, in parts, when this all happened.
Permission to publish. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay. And what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what did she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upset he's spaghetti.
Okay. Okay, and then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so fucking irritated.
Okay. Is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
It might have been a typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town, and then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her, and then within that time period he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it, and then at that point like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was within, all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th, 2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75.
Yes, sir. Before exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything?
No.
Confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got in the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her than having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Right. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay. Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey-dovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just not in the mood.
You'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Econo Lodge.
Okay, and then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, right now he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Okay. Okay. And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and dissociated. As soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation, but that time it was just kind of she didn't really say much, and then she just kind of went to bed, and then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
Did she seem scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
That was the first time that we ever spent the night with each other, so I was kind of expecting us to hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was going to go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Never
I'm
heard
going
of
to hand
Pals.
you 2 pages.
Is
Same
Pal-
thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Is it a restaurant? What do they serve? Other than cheddar rounds. This is practice. Practice all evening.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 76.
Permission to publish. Okay. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
The approach.
Not sure if this approach is a objection. Who's the bailiff smiling at? Somebody on the jury? Another bailiff back there? Pals is drive around the building. That's the same as the Chicken Shack. Chicken Shack was just a shack. Might have had a little tiny, the picture I'm seeing is just a shack, little tiny inside, front lobby, but definitely not space for a lot of people. Court reporter. See, the clerk is right there with the computer on the left-hand side of the screen. The recorder must be on the other side. Laura, they're trying to fill in the timeline of when people saw Evelyn or when Megan talked about Evelyn, and especially where she said Evelyn was at those times. So we're just filling in this timeline with all the different inputs from each witness. It's not going to give us a complete picture, but it will start painting a very interesting one. There's a lot of stripes on the bailiff's sleeve there. Anyone know what rank that would be? Candy Kiss, this is going to be a 2 to 4 week trial. I know that's a big window, but we are on the, we're Thursday already. And I think the 4 weeks includes the days they began. So the judge says we're on day 4 or 5 right now. So maybe another week to 3 weeks. Wow. It's an 8-stripe general. Bailiff says if you guys want to stretch your legs, you can stand up if you want to. You'll stretch up. You can stretch your legs and stand up, just don't walk off. Judge is in a sidebar at the moment. At this pace, we are definitely looking at, Tony, you're right. It's looking more like the 4 weekend on that spectrum. Each slash is for 5 years of service. He's got 30 years in. Probably the first half of those at least were done on the road or in another position. A lot of times the bailiffs in court are deputies who used to be on the road and now have more of a cushy office job. Cushy unless you get a fight like they had in New Mexico a couple days ago in court. Brenda, she told people Ethan had Evelyn. She told people that Ethan's grandma had Evelyn. She told people that Evelyn had the flu and couldn't be there. She's told a lot of stories to a lot of different people. Jalen, that's a great question. Maybe they don't like their dress uniform. Maybe they're not comfortable. Sloth Life, thanks for gifting a membership. Congratulations, Gina. Gina D. You're the winner. Do have 4:20 local time for this court and for me. I think the bailiff is getting somebody's digits. Regina Crawford, thank you. Brenda, you're the recipient of Regina's gifted membership. I think the bailiff might be watching the live stream really quickly just to see what it looks like. Hope he's not, though. I don't think that would be a good thing. We need to vote to name the bailiff Norm. Apparently there's only one option. All in favor, say aye. Doesn't matter if you're opposed. There we go. It's done. Norm is our bailiff. Nurse, I don't know if other people know or if that fact has been out there in the news and the media. We do know that Ethan was not the father, and obviously Hunter is not the father. I don't know who the father actually was. He's chuckling periodically like there's some radio traffic going on that he's listening to that's funny. Like behind the scenes commentary. Sweet Salty, thank you very much. I loved the bench conference still going on. I loved being on there with Josh. We have to do it again soon, and we do have the interview that's going to be going live on their channel on Monday. I'll be in chat for that one for the premiere. Hope you can join us there. Okay. Bench conference has ended.
All right, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day?
Speculation.
I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
Somebody just crossed something out. these lengthy sidebars. Brutal.
I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that?
That one,
What is?
defense was just
What is
reviewing
it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
Before we said 77. What date was that? 12?
December 23rd.
2 days before Christmas.
Permission to publish. Okay, I'm going to blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. On December 23rd at 4:44 p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? We, you with Evelyn, are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. Do you have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay?
This is hard. This timeline is walking through the days as it became more and more apparent that something was wrong to everybody.
Bailey, do you want to take a break or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
Sorry, I guess I can continue.
One stand, please.
This is hard for her, but she was probably one of the closest people to Bailey and probably has the most information and the most contact with her.
Take about 10 minutes or so.
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
All right, Bailey had the most contact with Megan. Sorry about that. JV, this is a tough trial. This is a tough one. think she has a huge amount of guilt, and she shouldn't. What I've seen, and I had a lot of questions. Obviously, when this started, we were sort of all asking ourselves, how could everybody around this situation have let it get to this point, and how could they have not done anything? And as the testimonies come out, I've seen people who genuinely cared both about Megan and about Evelyn, who tried but were lied to, and their trust in Megan was exploited to allow this to continue to this point. And it's making more and more sense how it got to where it did. They all believed her. Nobody wants to, believe the worst about your best friend or your daughter or, a sibling. Abby says, this trial hits extra hard with me being pregnant and a baby girl due here in a few months. I'm just in disbelief. Abby, congratulations in advance. That is awesome. And thank you for 14 wonderful months here. That's much appreciated. You can have a baby shower? I don't get invited to baby showers. I don't think I could come anyway, but just asking. They found the baby about 2 months after she had died. And have a good day. We'll catch you tomorrow. Brenda, congratulations on being a new grandma. I'm not a grandpa yet. But I do have, my oldest is married, so the possibility exists. Men go to diaper showers. Camilla, that's awesome. Beautiful. Call it cultural for us, but generally for us, marriage comes first. Sloth Life, you only have kids when married. That was the question that I responded to. Vicki Kennedy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Looks like you've got that green courthouse. Looks wonderful. Sharon, I think we expect the medical examiner. Oh, hang on, can you not click right here? That causes problems with my screen. Thanks. We expect the medical examiner to say that this was a death by asphyxiation. Are we holding court on Saturday? We are, Pauline, and you are not only invited, you're instructed to be here. I'm not subpoenaing everyone, but I'm instructing you firmly that you should be here or else you'll be behind, and I won't be able to catch you up on Monday. The court is, this is the second trial we've watched in a long time. I think this is only the second trial we've had sequestered jury on. There might have been some others, but my memory is poor. But we do have a sequestered jury. That means the jury, for the duration of this trial, will not go home. Will be kept together in they usually rent like a floor of a hotel or a section of a hotel where they are basically under guard, not prisoners, but cared for and kept separate from the general public. They're not going to have the regular news, radio, TV exposure that they might have at home. And they will continue to be there until they reach a verdict. I've been sequestered, says Sent Money. Is that an admonishment to be? I would only admonish you if you're not here, because that's like when I tell you off. I rarely get my dad voice on, but if you don't show up on Saturday, you might hear it. Chad Daybell case had a sequestered jury. We did not follow that one here. We followed it on Top Mark Media. So I don't feel like I followed that. We just enabled the video. That was it. Anyway, because there's a sequestered jury, the judge is quite mindful of the time that the jury is kept away from their family and from their jobs. Several weeks of that's a long time. And so we're going to make best use of that time by saying, hey, you're not doing anything this weekend because I won't let you go home. You might as well come into work here at the courthouse. So Saturdays are on the schedule. Ayden, I think they anticipated a very difficult jury selection in this trial. They had originally sent out requests to 1,200 potential jurors. I don't know how the process went as far as how many they had to go through that had been exposed to news media about this case or not before they were able to seat the jury they have now. But it was probably a lot. What if the jury gets compensated better for being sequestered? I think the pay rate's the same. The only difference is I think all sequestered juries are provided all their meals, whereas jurors that are allowed to go home and return for the day sometimes in some states have to provide their own meals. They better be able to watch the Super Bowl. They'll have a revolt. I don't know. I don't watch the Super Bowl. I'm not Mr. Sports. Mrs. R.A., hello. Jen, how are you doing? That's my wife, everybody. Say hi. I keep thinking her friends are just feeling that they can't believe this is happening. Yeah. Babs, during the break, mentions a trial we just watched. What was that? Was that Wednesday? Missed the final outcome for the bus trial with Mr. Little. How did it end after the verdict that was not unanimous? It ended with the court clerk being replaced, the jury continuing deliberations, and then returning a verdict of not guilty. And that's we've got that on there. It's sort of, because it was a little trial we were watching, court hopping sort of between trial segments of the bigger trials. It's sort of tucked in amongst everything. There was one live stream late. The not unanimous live stream is the only video that's up by itself. The rest are tucked into our regular daily videos. Regina used 4,000 gallons of water in January. I just got a text in my little town because I'm on the what is it? I'm a moderator on our little town's Facebook page, right? I don't know how I got to be one. They made me a moderator. I guess I was an early joiner, and people complain all the time about the utilities. And somebody just said, I just got $1,000 water bill. That's a lot. Mrs. R.A., do you want to tell people what our largest water bill was? I can tell you that the amount of water they said we used was larger than a semi-truck tanker in 1 month. They are the prices here. They're pretty expensive. I think they said we used something like 62 or 64,000 gallons of water, which apparently we did use, but it was a pipe main break outside our house that just went into the sand because we've got sand around us. And most of the bill was from the sewer fee for processing that much water, for treating it after it gets used. But once we were able to prove it was a pipe break and the water never went back into the sewer, they refunded us that portion. They refunded us about, what was it, $1,400? All right. The break we have right now is because the witness is getting very emotional. We're getting in the timeline closer to the period where I think the witness started becoming more suspicious. I mean, there was some signs that things were a little different and weird, but I think this is the point where she started saying something's not right, and this is going to be hard. I don't think it's going to be much easier moving forward. Bonnie, they found Evelyn's body inside a kitchen trash can, like one of those plastic tall kitchen trash cans. literally with garbage from the kitchen from Megan's house. And the trash can had been placed with some other items on top of it and other garbage bags in Megan's childhood playhouse on her dad's property. And the judge said, "What did you say?" I thought that was me that said that. I'll have to go back and play it in. I'll have to listen to it. Who found the baby? The baby was found by the investigator, the first witness in this trial. And he found it after they received a tip from Megan's dad about the fact that Megan's car had been seen backed up to the shed in the yard previously, and they were aware that she had put some stuff back in there. The shed did have some of the baby clothes and baby items in there, and he was thinking that perhaps, because he had been in there, he'd seen it. He said maybe whatever stuff is in there might be a clue as to where you might find Evelyn. And then when the cops came out there, they basically said, "What about this other building?" So yeah, help yourself, look wherever. And they found in the building next to the shed is where they found the baby. So it's a little weird story because they got a tip from Megan's dad, and you would think, well, that would mean he's involved in some way. He testified and he was very, very believable, very forthright. Has been cooperating with the police from the get-go. Was one of the first people to call the Division of Child Services to say, "Hey, we have a problem. My granddaughter's missing, and there's something might be going on here." So the defense tried to paint him as a little bit shady and untrustworthy. They even tried to impeach his character by bringing up the fact that he has, back in 2012 or 2014 time period, he has a couple convictions, one for assault and one for kidnapping. And he was a little frustrated that those got brought up, but I don't think it really hurt his character. He was quite believable for me.
I'm not asking you to promise. I'm just saying.
Like 15 minutes?
We probably will have about 5 minutes for cross-examination to put us after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may let him go at 5.
Okay.
Jerry goes home at 5.
Reservations for dinner or just 5:30?
I want dinner reservations.
That's what we did.
Yeah, ready.
Are we ready to start back up?
We are ready. You're ready.
Huh?
Nobody wants to come.
No.
We need to get this kid. It's hot.
Yeah. We kind of got to get there before everybody else.
Check his parents.
I don't like that they're talking about where they're taking the jury. They've got reservations. They're taking it there. Okay.
We're back. Or play.
Let's go ahead and have Ms. Hawkins heading back.
We call for it.
Yeah.
While they're coming in, I want to share just a quick little picture of
I ended.
This is for Thomas. Right here. Big picture from my house. Live shot from the front porch. Yes, I still have my Christmas lights up.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
The jury's ready, Mr. Bowman.
I share that so I guilt myself into taking them down.
One stand, please.
Amanda, they've got a trial date. Who's the judge? It's not going to be Judge Stephanie Boyd, is it? Down there?
You may be seated, thank you.
Go ahead, Jim.
All right, are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to speak up, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
No.
Okay. All right.
Her finding out on Facebook, and not from her friend who she's been asking about Evelyn for weeks and weeks.
I'm going to pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th.
I turned the sound down a little bit, sorry.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Let me try to go faster. Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow.
And then what do you say?
Where's Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
She don't think she meant retreated. I think that was a spell check, but I'd rather have that word than the other one.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
A text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan?
Yes.
On that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Thank you. Permission to publish? On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just want to make sure.
So this is the state asking to approach. There must be some sort of stipulation or area where they have to carefully dance around. Generally, judges would rather have this type of approach than you to cross the line and somewhere they don't want you to go. Because it's really hard to unring bells with the jury. Although this jury, all you have to do is have them raise their hand and swear that they'll forget whatever you told them. Judge has done that once or twice already. Do you swear to solemnly forget? Or do you solemnly forget? How would that oath go? Amy, there's a lot of things that don't add up in this case.
Pass you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81.
And publish.
Permission to publish.
We're almost done with the timeline here.
What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
This friend got all the stories, got all the lies.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
The relevance.
Sidebar. Objections or relevance as to how the friend was feeling. I want to see this come in. I think this is important because that...
Sustained.
Okay.
Sustained? Bummer. Judge.
I'm going to ask it in a different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point, is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Okay. Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay. That's your one more document. It's 5 pages.
5 pages. I think the similar situation is probably not that similar. It might be a friend that's in legal trouble.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. What did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. I hope we can find that one. I've been crying to just see her. If whoever you said has heard that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Well, it's going to be okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then, can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
Okay. That conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay, or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst.
Please be
You say,
respectful
God,
of the
that makes
witness.
me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot, and this is a lot. Then you ask her, did he, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him, but after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay. Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day, and she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything, so it was kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point, so it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay. The last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot. Okay. So you just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd when I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
Okay, so you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay, so did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room, you pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
No, sir. Full exhibit 83.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
no, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
Okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you, okay?
Any questions? I think they might ask about Megan being loving a little bit. Don't have any questions for her.
No, let me approach.
Don't have time. It's going to take about 5 minutes if they have asked some questions. The jury has dinner appointments at 5:30 at a restaurant, which is 16 minutes from now. It was a personal friend, not somebody through YouTube, that shared some good news. Long awaited good news about a
Ladies and
job.
gentlemen, we're going to stop for today. I have to give you certain admonitions every time we end the proceeding for the day. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about this case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case, and you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with the officer.
One stand, please.
Let's go get you some dinner. Get you some grub. Then head to the hotel.
You may be seated, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, you'll have to come back tomorrow, and we'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness, or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And I'm going to ask that you not watch any of the live stream or replay of this. Let me step down.
So we'll start, once again, we'll start the day tomorrow with cross-examination of a witness, just like we began today. We have not heard from Hunter yet. We have not heard from Ethan. We have not heard from Megan's mom. We've only heard from Dad. We haven't heard from the grandparents.
So that the record is clear, and I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of you. Exhibit 69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82 were entered as full exhibits over the objection of the defense. Their objection is noted for the
I get those numbers, you know, right that fast.
69,
Count
77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82.
That's 7 more objections. Those are the approaches
We'll
that
be
we
in
had.
recess till the case, the jury till 9. We'll be back here at 8:30 in the morning.
So have the witness come back at 9 to be ready at
Yeah,
9?
the witness come back. I think that's what I told her.
Okay.
Court stands in recess.
All right. Mr. I just came in and wanted to know what the good news was. Judge is off the bench, and we are done with the trial for today. We have enough time, if you'd like, to do a palate cleanser. And I realize this is a tough case, and I appreciate everyone being in chat, being so supportive and kind, really with each other as we're dealing through this. So if you guys are up for about a 20-minute palate cleanser, a little jump to court, we've got one lined up for you that hopefully you enjoy. Let's see here. It's going to be on camera 6. That's not it. That's my neighbor's bell. Sorry, that's not it. There we go. Here we go. This is a traffic court. A podcast link. The podcast. Let me plug the podcast first, really quickly. Tonight on this channel, on this same YouTube channel, we have a podcast. Thomas and I will be here for what we call the Not Relevant Podcast. It's sort of a play on words because Judge, I can't remember, from Georgia. Oh my goodness, her name escapes me. There's a little sound effect that we play occasionally. That she says, you're talking about stuff that is not Judge Manning. That's it. Judge Manning says you're talking about stuff that is not relevant. That's what we do on the podcast. We talk about issues that may not be true crime related. It might be in the news, might be something funny. It might just be stories, things that are going on in life. It's basically a way to reset sort of mentally, because all week listening to heavy crime cases and you know, we're talking about people doing the worst things you can possibly do to other people in court every day. It's good to just have a balance. And so we have a Not Relevant podcast where we talk about that. So please join us for that. Just the easiest way to do it is hit the subscribe button on the Recovery Addict channel and then ring the bell. And we're going to go live at 8 p.m. tonight Eastern time and hang out with us for an hour. It's a live podcast. We want your participation in chat as well. It's a lot of fun. The same fun people you see in chat now will be there tonight. So do tune in. Oh, you see my legs. Look at this. Yeah. It's not that kind of show. What are you guys looking down there for? All right. My camera got bumped. That's why you see my legs. I'll have to fix it. It's normally not that low. All right. Now, a quick segue to this court case that we're watching. Is it on Apple Podcast? It's on YouTube. We call it a podcast, but it's a live stream here on YouTube, just like our regular show, just every Thursday at 8 p.m. So we're jumping to this court right here. This is a traffic court. This
Camp Phil Caper, you can hear me, right?
That's our defendant down at the bottom.
All right. This is a citation that was issued on January 10th of this year on US 131 there in Wayland Township. Said too fast for conditions involving an accident. You're hearing me on this citation to do one of three things. First is you could admit responsibility to the citation, or two, admit responsibility, but you'd like to provide some sort of explanation to court as to how or why this happened. Or three, you wish to contest this citation. In other words, fight this ticket at what we call informal hearing. What were you looking to do?
I want the hearing, please. I deny responsibility.
All right. Then the first thing I do is swear you both in. You want to go ahead and raise your right hands.
The defendant is a lawyer.
You swear or affirm any testimony that you give here today would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes, sir. All right. Ma'am, it makes a lot more sense for me to start with the deputy. He has the burden to establish to me why you were issued a citation in the first place, but then after that, you'll have an opportunity to either ask questions or testify on your own behalf. All right?
Yes. Can I just state something for the record first before we begin?
Sure.
The only thing that I wanted to state is that I did previously request an adjournment of this because I did suffer a head injury and I am written off from work because of my head injury by a concussion doctor at the neurology center at Bronson. I'm not supposed to be practicing law, so I don't feel that I should have to go forward, but I was told by the court we could not adjourn this unless I wanted to have a formal hearing and skip this process.
She's practicing.
That is correct. If you don't want to go forward today, you can ask for formal hearing. That'll get reset, and they'd be compliant with you asking for a date considerably farther out. But for informal hearing, we don't move dates, either by officer or by the defendant.
Yeah, I just wanted the court to be aware that my processing right now is slower. And so I might take a moment to ask questions and things.
That's fine. We have time.
Thank you.
All right. And so with that, Deputy, you want to pick up the narrative somewhere where it makes sense and explain the issuing of the citation?
Yes, sir. So on January 10th, 2025, shortly after 5:04 p.m., we were dispatched to southbound US 131, just south of the 6-1 mile marker on ramp, for one vehicle crashed into the ditch. Upon arriving on scene, we found a single vehicle identified as a 2016 Chevy, red in color, with the attached Michigan license plate of Edward Lincoln David 430, into the right-hand shoulder of southbound US 131. Through investigation, I found that the vehicle was traveling southbound when it had lost control, went into the ditch, and did sustain damage. I did issue the driver and the only occupant of the vehicle identified as Angelique, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Angelique Camfield Kuiper, the citation for the violation of the basic speed law for driving too fast. I did issue her citation SD 33604.
All right. And Ms. Camfield Kuiper, what is it you wish to tell me?
I would like to cross-examine the deputy, please.
Okay.
And Deputy Earl, how long have you been a deputy for the Allegan County Sheriff's Department?
I've been here for 2.5 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am. I've been a officer prior to that for a separate agency for a year and a half.
When did you graduate the academy?
I believe it was 2020.
And what?
Ms. Campbell-Kuiper, how would this be relevant to your citation?
I think I have the right to ask him his background and experience to determine whether I was going too fast when there was no
Ma'am,
personal observation.
Then let me just put something on record here. This is not a speeding ticket. It's not accusing you of speeding. You can get this ticket going 10 miles an hour. What it is you have a duty to maintain your vehicle on the roadway. Weather conditions and road conditions are not a legal defense to this ticket. Essentially, the only legal defense to this ticket is I didn't slide off the road. So I'll let you proceed, but what the officer's experience is not relevant. He's not making a judgment call that you were too fast for conditions. He's simply observing that your car left the roadway. That is the only element to this citation.
Actually, Your Honor, I looked up the statute, and the statute says exactly, it is under the speeding statute under 257-627 parens 1 that I.
Yes, ma'am, but like I said, if you're going 10 miles an hour and you slide off the roadway, you will still get this citation. It is not accusing you of speeding. It is accusing you of going too fast for conditions. The prima facie evidence of that is that you left the roadway. But
Well,
you can
I
continue.
respectfully disagree with the court on that. Deputy, did you personally observe any of my driving that day?
No.
The judge is shaking his head. He's like, really?
Did you speak to anybody who personally observed my driving that day?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell me what the weather conditions were that day?
I believe they were cloudy with snow.
Ron, can you tell me where you were when you were dispatched to the scene?
I believe I was in Wayland when I was dispatched to this scene.
Do you know what the distance was that you were away from where my car was?
I do not.
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
I do not.
Do you know if the snow began earlier in the morning and was accumulating on the highway?
I do not recall.
Do you know if it was icy in addition to being snowy that day?
I do not recall.
These are leading questions. She's a lawyer. Yeah, she's represented herself in traffic court.
Did you have an opportunity to review your accident report prior to testifying today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall on your accident report that you wrote there was no ambulance at the scene?
I do not recall.
Would you refresh your recollection if you saw your accident report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that with you, sir?
Yes, I can pull it out.
Could you take a look at that, please, and tell me whether you marked an ambulance was present or not?
Ma'am, can you tell me whether or not it would be relevant whether or not there was an ambulance there?
Yes, Your Honor. If the deputy can't recall what the weather was, how long it took him to get there, whether it was icy in addition to snowing, and there are errors in the traffic report, it calls into question the veracity in his recollection with respect to that day.
Okay, but ma'am, the relevant sentence would be your testimony of whether, are you denying that you had an accident and left the roadway?
No, Your Honor, but I have
That's
other.
the only pertinent question.
I have other information to present to the court.
Okay, why don't we present it in the form of testimony as opposed to cross-examination, and I'll determine whether or not this line of inquiry is relevant to a civil infraction, ma'am.
Okay. I guess I don't.
Ma'am, let me put it another way. Road conditions and weather conditions are not a legal defense to this ticket. You have a ticket that says your car left the roadway. Do you have any information to present that your car didn't leave the roadway?
No, the ticket, the statutory section says, did I operate at a careful and prudent speed, not greater than nor less than what's reasonable and proper, having due regard to the traffic, surface, width of the highway, and any other condition existing.
I'm infinitely familiar with the statute. Here's the issue.
Infinitely.
The testimony is that your car left the roadway. That is the prima facie evidence that you were not traveling at a speed conducive to the weather conditions and the road conditions. Ma'am, you can make that argument, but what I need to hear before I make a ruling, is we're getting way far afield of the information I need, is whether or not your car, you had an accident where you left the roadway that day. I have testimony that you did. If you would like to provide testimony that that didn't happen, that would be relevant for this citation.
So none of the road or weather conditions are relevant to this action?
No, ma'am. I sit here all winter, every year, getting this citation. If you have a slide off, even a one-car slide off, you will get this citation. We cannot give a ticket to the road for being icy or to the weather for being snowy. We live in Michigan.
But
people were driving all day long on 131 and not having accidents, but you had an accident. That's why you have this citation. The defense to this citation would be, I didn't have an accident.
Well, I don't.
You cannot blame it on the road or blame it on the weather. That is not an option for me to not find you responsible. I would still find you responsible regardless of the weather or regardless of the road conditions. You always theoretically could have been driving differently and not had an accident.
And the court is predisposed to a decision on these tickets.
Well, no, ma'am, because I would be willing to hear you say that didn't happen. I didn't slide off the road. But you're not suggesting that or testifying that. You just are going in circles about road conditions and weather conditions. So what I'm saying is I give you an opportunity right now to present to me relevant testimony to my decision of whether or not you had a slide off that day.
The relevant testimony, Your Honor, is that I was traveling at a careful and prudent speed. And
no, you weren't, ma'am. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had an accident. That's the definition of careful and prudent, right?
I disagree with the court.
Okay.
If I may testify, I would appreciate doing so.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I work in Grand Rapids and I live in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I was on my way home from work. And you'll have to forgive me. This when I talk about this accident, it's very traumatic and it makes me extremely upset. I haven't had a citation in over 20 plus years. My last ticket was when I was in my 20s on my way to law school.
Ma'am, again, that's a relevancy issue. It would be unfair of me if I looked up your record and made decisions on this case based upon whether you did or did not have tickets. All I have to do is decide on January 10th of this year around 5:04 p.m., did you slide off a 131 or not? That's the only thing I have to decide. I already have evidence provided from the deputy that that did in fact happen. This is your opportunity to present evidence to me that it didn't happen.
Well, I was driving at a careful and prudent speed, which is part of the statute. And just that the fact that my car went off the roadway does not mean that I was not. There were 22 accidents between mine and the hospital the EMTs were taking me to. They told me that. And it wasn't that every single person was driving too fast for conditions. I had just driven. So when I left my office, It took me 20 minutes to clear off my car. I'm very, very careful to make sure that my lights aren't covered. There's no snow on my roof or anywhere else. My plate is visible. I'm very careful with that. And I had just driven through an accident. I don't have a clear recollection, but it was either just at the south end of the S curve or towards Caledonia. And I was being very cautious because I was trying to get home safely and have a weekend with my daughter because her sister was out of the state at a soccer tournament and I just wanted some time with her. And I remember that I texted over the Bluetooth my staff at the office and I said, be very careful, the roads are bad. And then I called my daughter over the Bluetooth and said, honey, I'm going to be late because the roads are really, really bad. And I just passed an accident and I'm taking my time.
Ma'am, I'm going to caution you. Did you just testify that while you were driving, you texted?
Over the Bluetooth. It's the voice to text.
Oh.
I do not hold my phone while I'm driving ever. And I always wear my seatbelt. So I let them know that I was going to be later because I was taking my time and being cautious. When I got into Allegan County, the roads were worse and the visibility was lower. And I'm hesitant always to change lanes in that weather because in Allegan County in particular, the road commission's really bad at clearing the roads. I've driven in this state. I've lived in this state my whole life. I know how to drive in the winter and to be cautious. And I was hit on I-94 in 2021. I was
Ma'am, you are telling a very long and involved story that is irrelevant to the decision I have to make today.
Well, I'm trying to explain what happened.
How is anything that you've told me so far going to explain whether or not you left the roadway or not?
Because it tells you how it happened. I was being careful.
No, it doesn't, ma'am. The fact that you were in an accident in the past on a different road has no bearing on what's happening here.
It does, because I was rear-ended and slammed into the vehicle in front of me, and it caused me trauma. And there was somebody that was coming up really fast behind me, probably a truck, I can't remember. Because I get really nervous then when they're behind me so fast because I've already been hit. So I slowed even more and wanted to put my indicator on and checked my mirror to make sure it was clear. And I started to merge over so I would get out of that person's way. And then the slush was pretty deep. It was about maybe 3 or 4 inches of slush between the lanes, and it caught my tires. And there wasn't anything that I could do. I wasn't driving too fast. I was trying to slow down even more and get out of that person's way. Very careful on the road.
Anything further you wish to tell me, ma'am?
Just that I don't think a preponderance of the evidence demonstrates just because I was off the road that means I wasn't driving carefully and prudently. I was even informing people how bad it was and saying to be careful.
Okay, ma'am, so for purposes of informal hearing, I would find that the deputy has met their burden and that you are responsible on this citation. Now, because you had a contested hearing, you do have a right to say, I don't agree with what just happened there. I want to take this to formal hearing. Formal hearing is in front of the district court judges. It involves the prosecutor's office. But to get to formal hearing, you must do two things. First is you must ask for formal hearing within 7 days of today's date. That window of opportunity to contest this further closes after 7 days. And two, you must come in and post a cash bond in the same amount as the fine to guarantee your appearance at formal hearing. Do you understand your rights on appeal?
Yes, I don't know how much the ticket is.
I can tell you that. It's either 110 or 135, depending on whether or not they put the accident on there. $135. So if you come in and post that as bond and then request that formal hearing within 7 days, you'd get another bite at the apple. I will tell you the problem that formal hearing will also be that road conditions and weather conditions are not a legal defense to this ticket, but you're free to exercise your rights. But we're all set for what we need to do here today. I'm going to go ahead and release parties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we have it. That was a lot of effort for a $135 ticket, where the entire ticket is based on the fact that her car was in the ditch, and she began her statement to the court before the officer even presented evidence saying that she had a concussion from the accident. She confessed to every factor. The only thing she could have said was the car wasn't in the ditch. The officer is smoking something. Apparently she was running for office at one point. Her website was up earlier today. It's been taken down now. But yeah, interesting. So I guess that one continues. The formal hearing, or just pay the ticket. Just pay the ticket. So, Josh, thank you for that one. That judge was having none of it. It's not that he was heartless, and I feel for her. I've got family members that have experienced, been the recipient of an accident, the victim, I guess you could say, the non-guilty party, and it is traumatic, right? It is difficult. Sometimes it's even difficult just to be that first time you get back in the car again, because that could be, and I feel for that. I do. That's a real thing. I've been in a few myself. They're not fun. I've caused a few myself, I think. We won't talk about that today. Anyway, that was our palate cleanser. We are going to we're going to take a break tonight. We have the podcast. It begins in 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes roughly. 8 o'clock tonight. We'll be back with the podcast. It's going to be a lot of fun. Please do join us for that. It's a little different than this because we won't be going to court. We're not going to be playing videos from court or something like that. It's going to be Thomas, who's Weather Watch in chat, and myself, and then all of y'all here with us. So please, that would be awesome if you made yourself available to come there. Just click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and we'll see you tonight. Let's see. Then she went on about an accident in 2021 or something. Yeah, Josh, I don't know what she was running for office for. Kimar, shh. We have driven through red lights on the live, right? Recovery Addict? Maybe one. There was no accident there. Yeah, that was, and I did look both ways. There were no cars. It wasn't like I just one time. But I won't say where that was because the statute of limitations hasn't expired. We'll be back on tonight. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. To go live again tonight at 8 p.m. with the Not Relevant podcast. Hope you'll join us. I think it will be a good palate cleanser as well as we prepare to come back again for trial. Remember, we have 6 days of court this week because we are working Saturday, so we only get 1 day break. I think it would be really good to have a podcast break as well, so join us tonight for that. It's going to be great. You guys are amazing. We'll see you tonight. Bye-bye.
Happy birthday. You look good.
You're talking about stuff that is not part of it.
front of the Walmart.